Hi, everybody! Thanks for tuning in. What will everyone be reading or writing tonight?
I'll be working on the Realm of Monsters. I haven't worked on this one in a while because I was working on Skeleton Bright a lot, but I want to get this one
Wow.
done. And yeah, so I'm very excited to move on with this book.
Awesome.
Nice. I'm gonna be editing my book today. I'm on chapter two, as I was
Awesome.
telling people before we went on. I've been on chapter two for a while, and it's still not done, and it's just long. I want to fight past me for writing it and being this long. How about you, Tiffany? What will you be doing today?
the plan is to, what is my plan? My plan is to
Mood.
continue reading the book, what is it? The Wicked King. So that is my plan. I will.
How's it been going since we last sprinted on Sunday? Have you
I
been reading
haven't.
more of it?
I haven't. So I definitely want to do some writing.
Nice. I hope you continue to enjoy it because that's. It sounds like you got a very promising start with it.
Yeah. It does seem just better. There's just something better about it in comparison to the Cruel Prince. And again, it has been a year since I read that one, but it's feeling better and more established, and it feels like it's
Hmm.
gonna be more. It just feels like it's gonna work better for me. But I'm still kind of like hesitant. Like keeping it up. Like I don't want to like set my expectations so high and then I'm gonna be disappointed. It's kind of like it's gonna be trash, right? And then it's like a wink because
Mm.
it's like I don't actually want it to be trash, but if I say it's trash, maybe it'll be better than that.
Mhm.
To everyone watching, I was explaining to Robin and Joharra earlier today. I was fulfilling the prompt for their summer splash readathon, Get Lost. So I went over to a university I never have gone to before. So I kind of was like driving around. So that'll be a little something I'll put in my summer splash readathon, like ending wrap up, like what I've been up to. That'll definitely be a part of it. But I will have to say, because it was so like uneventful and kind of like, okay, it's a school. I definitely want to do more. But I am thinking because I was getting some help with my dad, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you could go to Clearwater, you could go to certain places, or you could go down to downtown Tampa." I'm just like, "Yeah." So I might do that tomorrow.
Nice.
I definitely want to do something fun.
Yeah, that sounds like a
Yeah,
really good
nice.
idea, and especially if you do a couple places too, that would be really fun.
Yeah. So, have you guys gotten up to any prompts fulfilled
Um,
recently?
I finished one of the 4 books I've been reading, yesterday. So then, knocked off the Sandcastle prompt and the Pride prompt. Um, and I've been reading the other books. I've been going a lot slower with the books I'm physically reading, just because the audiobooks I listen to at work, so I listen to it my entire shift. So like I
Yeah.
get a lot done. So the audiobooks have been going by a lot faster, but I'm reading one physical book and then one ebook, and so those are like like a couple pages a day I'm pretty much doing. Um but like I'm enjoying everything, so I ended up rating the book I read the other day 3 stars though. I think I told
Oh,
you guys like it was like I'm glad I read it, but it's like by far not the best sci-fi I've ever read. I mostly
yeah.
read it because I wanted a tropey romance, and I definitely like the tropey romance aspects of the book. You know, it has like the arranged marriage to lovers trope where like they're strangers and they end up falling in love, and then they're in winter and like they have to cuddle for warmth like so they don't die. So like I was totally there for like that kind of stuff. But like other than that, like there wasn't a lot of like sci-fi elements to it besides that they're on like an alien planet and like they are supposed to get married because like their two like planets have like this alliance that has to be formed through an marriage contract. So
Hmm.
like it's kind of cool that it's like okay, we took this concept and put it in space, but it didn't really use the like environment of sci-fi or space to its full potential, I felt. And there were some parts by the end I was just like I just want to finish this, you know, like I
Yeah.
had one day left on my loan and 2 hours to go, so I'm like I cranked it up to like 1.5 speed and it was just like let's get this done. um
And
which
which book
isn't
was
my
that?
favorite feeling. This was Winter's Orbit, which I
Okay.
had made the soap off of, which
Oh yeah,
was
that was a cool cover, and then the sparkle was
right.
cool.
It
Yeah,
wasn't what I wanted it to look like, but like I'm like, oh, it does look pretty though. It just didn't turn out how I was expecting it to, but I
yeah,
still had so much fun making the soap, and it was a good like book to do that with. But
Yeah.
yeah. Really cool.
probably I'm hoping it's gonna be my least favorite read this month. You know,
Yeah, right.
if like that is the worst book I read this month, I will be in very good shape.
Hmm.
Yeah. I finished The Warlock, which is book 5 of Secrets Immortal on the Smell. And
Nice.
that crossed off read a childhood favorite. So yeah, I
Mhm.
was gonna start the sixth book today, but I just didn't get around to it. But I do plan on starting it tomorrow, and I'm very excited for it.
Hmm.
Especially with
Is
the
that
way book 5 ended.
is the sixth book the last book too?
Yeah.
Oh no, you're
The
almost
last book,
done.
and the last book is like a good 100 pages bigger than all the other books in the series.
Okay.
Oh.
So at least I'll give you some
Yeah.
time with it. But yeah, like after you've been with a series so long, it's kind of like, oh no, this is it.
Right? And it feels
Yeah.
like there's just so much that has to happen.
Yeah, right?
For sure. I mean, I think again, like I've told you guys, I think I've said it at least once. The fact that I'm definitely more of a movie lover than a book lover. Like I do enjoy
Mhm.
books, but it's just not it doesn't come close to my love of movies. But I could definitely relate to that. Like going through a series or a franchise of movies, like when it's over, it's so sad. It's like it's over. How dare you? No. But I just don't know. I feel like there's probably some sort of book series I've felt that before, but it just doesn't hold the same effect with like a movie series. I don't know. I mean, I think I have enjoyed book characters, but it just doesn't. I don't know. There's something about it. I just can't care enough. It doesn't resonate enough with me unless it's like a person I can see and hear and
Mhm.
listen to, you know? But
Interesting.
are
I
you
feel
guys
like Harry
oh
Potter was definitely the series that I was like, oh no, it's over. Just because like from book 3 onwards, I was reading them as they were coming out. So for me, it was like you finish the book, you wait like a year or so for the next one to come out. Like
oh
it
yeah.
was a huge chunk of my life because of that. So
Mhm.
other than that, like I haven't really had that experience since of like, oh, I love this series so much, I'm gonna be so sad once it's through.
Yeah.
Because
I don't think
I'm mostly reading series that are already done now.
Right.
I don't think I read Harry Potter as it came out because I mean at first I don't think I was even born when the first book came out. Yeah, when did it come out? It came out in the 1990s, right?
Yeah,
I think it was
98.
Do
yeah.
you know when the last book came out? I might have to look it up.
I think I looked it up last time was 2008.
Okay, well then, um, that one I might have read once it came out, but the early books I definitely didn't read when they first came out because I was like, no, too young, can't read.
Hey, I hope I'm not too late. No, we just started.
Very
Hi.
just
I'm
started.
signing up for some readathons. If y'all have any recommendations for August, let me know. And then I'm gonna read The Rise of Kyushi. Awesome.
I don't know if I'm doing anything in August. Do you have any readathons for August?
I'm planning on doing the tropical readathon, so that should
Ooh.
be good.
Is it all tropes?
Yeah, yeah. I can
Oh,
send you the
yes,
link or like
please.
the link to Twitter. It is. I remember doing it 2 years ago. It was pretty fun. And then they have like teams. So there's like team romance, team sci-fi, team fantasy, and so there's like one or two group books, that you read, and
Nice.
then it could be anything. I feel like I don't know if I could find it in
I
two
feel like
seconds, but
Team Sci-Fi is gonna get our butt kicked because Team Romance probably just like beats us by sheer numbers.
yeah. Like
Um,
one is a book with more than one author. Your followers or friends choose between two books. Like there's some fun ones to
ooh,
do.
yeah, that does sound really fun. I would love to
Yeah,
check that out.
Yeah.
me too.
And I still think it's cool that casual readathon. I think I linked it to you guys, but it's like it's over many months. I think it ends in either September or October. And it's like, man, you could just participate whenever. You read some books and then it's like if it fulfills it, it's like doop, hitting them all.
Right, yeah. I feel like that one's hard for me personally just because I will forget. And, like, at least, like, for a month-long readathon, I can kinda plan it out. Um, but yeah, then it's a cool idea for, like, people who that works better for. I'm just crazy and have to
Yeah.
micromanage.
Yeah, until recently, I didn't really do many readathons. I think the only readathon I do every year is the Monster High readathon.
Yeah,
Um,
that's why I'm like October, I'm booked. September, I got something. November, I might do one. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Um,
So far, the only readathon I am for sure participating in is the Witchathon Round 2. I'm a co-host those, so I kind of have to. Thanks.
Witchathon.
that's
I like
cool.
that. I'm
Yeah.
gonna look that up. I want to know more about that.
Yeah,
I'm
tell
a
us more,
Witcher
Morgan.
fest. That sounds like something I would love.
So, are you guys planning on what other lifestyle prompts do you think you'll do for the readathon?
I gotta pull up everything again because I
I
don't
know there's
remember.
outfit of the day, create an outfit inspired by your current read, perform a random act of kindness, participate in an Instagram challenge, and then pass the ox, make a playlist inspired by one of your reads, uh, write a letter to a friend. I think those are
I
the
still
main
gotta
ones.
do the letter one. And that was,
Me
yeah,
too.
I gotta
I've
do
done the
that
other
one.
one.
Um, like outfit of the day, I wouldn't mind doing. I just like haven't been inspired for it. It's kind of like what book do I choose to do that?
Uh, how's everyone doing? Hi!
Hi.
Starting 238 of My Dark Vanessa with y'all. Awesome, that's so great.
Nice.
Welcome. My friend Sam created it, and I have the announcement video for my team and such up on my channel. I
Nice.
just uploaded it a few hours ago. That's great.
Cool. I will check that out. I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to you. Morgan's Bookshelves.
Nice. Yeah, Robin and I both co-host the Monster High readathon.
Which I'm super excited about.
Same.
I missed one of the lifestyle prompts. Play pretend. Do you think either of you will want to be your favorite character for a day or some sort of character?
I was planning on doing like a closet cosplay for that one. But again, like I haven't been super inspired. I'm also just like thinking like, well, who could I dress up as? And like my best like most doable idea for that would be to dress up as the like female main character from Illuminae just because she is described to have bright pink hair with her roots showing, and I'm like, I have a wig that's just like that, so I'm like, so I
cool.
might do that.
Yeah, for that one, I'm gonna cosplay as Jenny Weasley because I have a costume for Jenny.
Nice.
Perfect.
So Margaret wants to
Ooh,
know when's the Monster High readathon
October.
October.
and the link.
Yeah,
Discord for it if you want to
yeah.
join.
I don't know if you can drop the Discord link in the chat.
Maybe if you do, well, there's gotta be something. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I know what you can do. Well, I don't know if that works. Maybe
I mean,
if you
I
link
can
it in the
definitely-
private chat, I could like put it in the description. It'll go in
Yeah.
the description.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'll get the link for it.
Okay. But yeah, that'd be great if you could join us.
Yeah.
So, are there any upcoming videos you guys are planning on?
I have Harry Potter related videos like ready. I just have to, get the energy to film them.
Yeah. What about you, Robin?
I feel like the soap one was like the main one I wanted to do. I have like miscellaneous video ideas I want to do eventually, but like I haven't really done them yet.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't have anything immediately coming up in my upload schedule right now, but keep an eye out.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, so I'll copy that and then I'll just go ahead and link it YouTube Studios so that it'll pop up on this.
Awesome.
And this is for the Monster High, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm so excited for this read. I thought it was going to be so much fun.
Where? Every time I try to link for the, sometimes it just doesn't work.
Oh, is Witchathon in August? Oh, I think she said it's in August already. I'm just like not comprehending anything tonight, I guess. That would be cool though. I don't have anything going for August. And then what I'm gonna do. What's the readathon you're gonna announce for September, Morgan?
Whole month of August. Nice.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up, and I might join because I have a slight obsession with witches. Like
I
most
haven't noticed.
am I that transparent?
No, I don't know. It just didn't phase me like that.
Most of the fantasy books I read, and most of the fantasy books I write always have something to do with some sort of witch, and I'm just obsessed. Like I have witch spell books, I have witchy things in my apartment. I'm just 100% witch obsessed.
Oh my god, my computer's being so slow. It's a Taylor Swift themed readathon. That's cool.
Nice. I'm not a fan of
Did Joharra freeze?
Did it? Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, I'm not sure if it was my computer or
Yeah.
hers.
Shoot, where did it go?
Um,
Okay. I'm just trying to finish this up, but for some reason I couldn't link Tabby's channel. But at least I can link it
oh,
as best I can. I think it's because of like the periods that YouTube just.
yeah. YouTube's kind of
Okay, but
explaining.
now it is saved in. I have the host links, but under that it does have Monster High Readathon. So if anyone wants to check that, they can.
Yay.
In the description of this video.
Thanks so much.
Mm. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading that.
Yeah. Okay. Whole month August. Taylor Swift themed readathon. Nice. Very cool.
Readathons can be fun.
Yeah.
Until recently, I didn't really do them that much.
Right.
So Robin, have you gotten to fulfilling the movie night prompt yet?
I still haven't. I keep forgetting that's a prompt, so like keep asking me. Honestly, like I don't know why I keep forgetting. I don't spend that much time watching TV or movies though, so that's probably it. Also, like I'm still like by 10-minute increments getting through the final episode of Stranger Things. I don't know why. I hate how they did the pace in that episode because like every 5 minutes they like change what characters they're following in it, and like it's just like, oh, like come on, stop doing that. I'm having such a hard time like keeping interest in it, but like obviously I gotta watch the last episode.
Oh, you still haven't finished it?
No, I'm like maybe halfway through.
Wow.
I just got to the
Wow.
part where I can't remember his name. Eddie. Eddie just like decided to like run off and be the distraction,
Oh
which is
no!
stupid.
I guess
Like
it is stupid, but it really doesn't it really wasn't like a justified sacrifice, or it doesn't really
no.
mean anything. It didn't
He didn't have to do that.
Yeah. That's why like a lot of people agree, even if you don't personally like Eddie or you don't care that much about Eddie, it was a pointless death. Like it didn't need to happen.
My theory is like because I saw like this meme on Facebook which totally spoiled like that he was gonna die. That was like it was something about like they always kill like the fan favorite, and it showed like a picture of Joyce's boyfriend in season 2, and then the Russian spy. Was it a spy? The scientist,
Yeah.
the Russian scientist in season 3, and then Eddie. So I was like, it kind of like got me thinking, like maybe the writers did this on purpose. They're like, we have to kill a fan favorite every season now. Like
Yeah.
I swear to God, that was their thinking on it because it doesn't make sense
I mean, it's following
otherwise.
the same formula every time. you
It
know?
is, but like the first time it did it, it was so impactful. I was devastated, when her boyfriend died because he's such a good guy, and like Joyce has been through so much. Like it worked that time, and then like season 3 was like, oh, that sucks, and now with like
They
I
just
know
keep on
Eddie's
doing
gonna
it.
die. It's just like I didn't hate Eddie as a character. He was like a decent interesting character, but like I was just like, why is he dying here? This is stupid.
It
I
was.
got sad for Dustin though.
Yeah.
Sitting here having only seen season 1 of Stranger Things,
I'm sorry, Morgan.
missing out on a lot.
That was spoilers for season 2, season 3, season 4, all
Oh,
of it
yeah.
spoiled.
You're right. Oh my gosh.
I actually read that they were planning on killing Enzo this season.
I wouldn't be sad if Enzo died.
It was whatever.
He was just like,
but I think that I forget what his name is though. Oh wait. Yeah, Yuri. I mean, sometimes he was so over the top, it was ridiculous. But
I
sometimes
wanted to punch him in the face. He's so annoying.
No, he was the worst, and I hated it. The whole thing where it was like they go through all this to save Hopper to get him, and then it doesn't
Yeah,
work out, and then they have to go through the whole thing with the Demogorgon. It's like, oh my gosh,
right. I hated that whole plot. It was so stupid.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, Robin, the reason I asked about the if you did do movie night is I saw, because I was checking the Summer Splash Readathon Instagram. I remember on your TBR Readathon, I think you said you were thinking about watching Mamma Mia. Well, they're doing that.
Oh, no
They're doing
way.
a watch along on the 17th.
Oh,
So
that's awesome. Yeah, I might pop in for that.
yeah.
I've seen Mamma Mia way too many times. Um, but back to Stranger Things for one moment.
Yeah.
I absolutely hate Jason. He's so annoying.
Oh, he's the worst. Wasn't it great? Oh wait.
I didn't get there
I
yet.
was,
I
I was,
didn't
I
get
was,
there.
I was
But like, man, there was like this like post online I had seen for like Twin Peaks about like one character that's like every time this guy's on the screen it feels like 5 hours
like,
have
yeah.
passed, and I'm like, that's how I feel about this character Jason. Like, I just absolutely hate him. Why is he here? He doesn't like bring anything to the story.
He doesn't. He doesn't. And that's what's sad, where you see like a lot of characters that could have had way more screen time, and it's like, get this trash.
Yeah.
Well,
And he's a
I
new
think
character too.
yeah, I think that was partly for what happens in the last episode. That has to do with another character.
Okay, so
Tiffany
I
We're
haven't
trying to
seen it yet.
spoil. No spoilers for Robin.
Alright.
I'm not going to spoil it. That's why I stopped there. But I think that's why his character was important.
Sure, he's there. I'm just saying they could have done a better way without getting some trash human being that should have never been there. You know, there's a just
Annoying.
because they can do something at the very end. I mean, that's a trash reason for a character to exist. You know, bad writing and everything. Maybe they'll do better. Allegedly, they claim that this is it. They're not going to add new characters for the last season. I hope that's true, because
Sure.
we're tired. Like, stop it.
We have had
The
so
cast is too
many
big.
new characters. And like literally like Mike, Will, and Jonathan and Argyle are just like there. They
Right.
don't do anything. They're
Right.
just there, you know? And it's like Argyle's slightly funny. I'll give him that. But like other than that, like Jonathan has no personality this season at all.
He's just the stoner.
Right. And I'm like, why did you do him so dirty? I did like the brother scene in this final episode between him and Will. That was super sweet. But I wish they like had leaned into that more and like made this season about that, because like season 1, you know, Jonathan is trying to get his brother back, you know? Like it would have made sense if they spent more time on that.
Well, allegedly, the Duffers are. It's going to be a Will-centered. Like, he's going to be like the main point of season 5. So
Okay. I really like Will's character. He like
yeah.
kicked butt in like season 2. The actor that plays him, he did such a good job on season 2.
Mm-hmm. But I definitely want you to keep your expectations open for the end, because it's pretty good.
Is it okay? Because so far it's been super slow.
Oh my gosh, I loved it.
I
liked
don't
it.
like the
My
pacing.
God. But of course, it was easy for me. I'm just watching it, but clearly for you, you're kind of like pausing. You know, you're
That's
like, I
the
can't.
thing. Well, and
Yeah,
because like as soon as I'm like just kind of starting to get into it, they change the perspective to a different character and a different plot. So I'm like, okay, like now I gotta go through like how many other perspectives before we're gonna pick up this storyline again. Like it's just
yeah.
the editing is
Well,
annoying to me.
there's gonna be a really cool. There's a lot of cool sequences that happen after you get to the point after where you are. It gets so
Okay.
good.
I'm gonna watch it anyway though, but
Yeah,
you know, I'm
please
just getting
do.
through it slowly.
I just can't imagine having it be July 12th and not having finished it. I could never do that, Robin. I could never be like, oh yeah, it's out and spoilers are abound, but it's okay. I'll get there at some point.
Well, I've been mostly like avoiding social media except for like the few times I did get spoilers. So,
Yeah, it would just be for
yeah.
me. I'd have to know. I'd have to know what happened, you know?
Yeah.
Would you guys want to do a sprint at 35? What do you say,
Yeah.
30 minutes?
Sure, sounds great.
Okay. Wait. 35, 205. Hello. Math. So
Math is the enemy.
or I could change it to 04 because it's not coming. We'll be back to 04, 05. We'll be back. All right. Happy reading or writing, everyone.
Happy sprinting, everyone.
All right, how are your sprints?
Mine started out pretty good. I started a whole new chapter um, that of the book I'm working on, and I figured out quickly that I don't actually know what my plan is. So I got my notebook out, and I'm trying to kind of brainstorm some logistics to kind of make sure I have a rough game plan for this particular part of the book, which is the end. It's like the final epic complex or climax. So I want to make sure I have enough material to make it interesting and keep things moving smoothly.
Yeah, cool, cool. What about you, Joharra? How's your sprint?
Good, yeah. They're about to, fight the villain. They're all like ready and set, but it's kind of a traumatic experience for the main character because she's a vampire and she has been around for a very, very long time. I don't want to say exactly how long because it's kind of a spoiler, but and where she's at is actually where she grew up, and she's about to face the guy that kind of tormented her for centuries, and so it's kind of a traumatic experience for her.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's getting exciting. They're about to have the big showdown, so that'll be fun.
Cool. So I continued reading The Wicked King. I got to chapter 2, so I'm almost where I was the first time I tried to read it, to chapter 2. But I mean, chapter 3, I had gotten up to chapter 3, so I'm one chapter away from getting to where I'd been before. But still, so far so good. I am enjoying it, so that's nice.
Yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah.
So Tabby, how close are you with finishing your book now? Because I know you're getting there.
Yeah, it's hard to say how many chapters exactly, but I'm thinking around 10 or so, maybe a couple less, a couple more, just depends.
Nice.
These will probably be shorter chapters because it's going to be jumping different POVs and like they won't be as long. Trying to think of the right words, but like they'll jump around a little more and be shorter just because of the quicker action and more intensity and all that stuff.
Nice. Exciting, you're almost done.
I know, it's crazy. I'd really like to finish by the end of the month, and I think I can if I intentionally, like if I try to get a chapter done each day. So, yeah,
Nice.
getting there.
Awesome. It's great.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you know like when it's going to be published? Like, do you have a specific date in mind now that you're getting closer to the end?
I don't have a specific date, but I'm thinking October.
Nice.
Part of it may depend on how quick a turnaround my beta readers can do. Last time I thought I gave them plenty of time, and then they kind of struggled to finish before the release date. So I'm hoping this time 3 months should be plenty of time, I feel like.
Yeah, nice.
Or no, it won't be 3 months, it'll be 2 months. 2 months should be plenty of time, but we'll see.
Exciting.
Yeah. How far do you think you are in your current book?
I mean, I'm on chapter 18, but these chapters are also a bit shorter. I don't know how many chapters I'll write, how much I'll have left, but I think I'm over halfway done at least, and I hope to publish this book by the end of the year, maybe December-ish. So we'll see. I also need to find a beta reader because I've never actually had a beta reader, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
think I'm doing one for this one.
Good.
It's just a matter of actually finding, a beta reader who likes fantasy and stuff. So
Yeah.
how did you find beta readers?
I went when I was working with my very first book. I had a couple friends who were interested. Like, it was kind of scary for me to tell them I was writing a book at first, but then they were like excited that I was, and so a couple of them read it and like generally had positive comments. But I wanted to get someone else, like a neutral person's opinion as well, just so I wasn't like getting diluted into like if people like you, then they're probably going to tell you what you want to hear, sort of thing.
Right.
So I went on Goodreads, and they have a forum that is about finding beta readers, and I found a few through there as well, and I really appreciated their feedback and got some good information. So um, a couple of them have stuck with me for well, one of them has stuck with me, and he's been great. And then another person, I guess, is more I met her through Twitter, but she was early on. She found my books and was really, really excited about them. So I figured she'd make a great beta reader later on too.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, Robin, welcome back.
Guys,
Hey, Robin.
I was hoping to finish my chapter, but alas, it is a massive chapter.
Oh man,
I still
a
have 2
chonker.
pages left. Yeah, and I've decided to cut it in half. It was originally 2 chapters that I made 1 chapter. But one of the things my editor had said was like, hey, you might want to make some chapters smaller, divide them up. Which I think was good advice, especially with this one. Like, if I'm struggling with it, I don't think readers will have a good time. So I decided to make it 2 chapters again, but I also decided to this is chapter 2, so I'm gonna keep chapter 3 as chapter 3 and like have that be chapter 3 and then have part 2 of chapter 2 be chapter 4, if that makes sense. Just because it switches POV in chapter 3, and it's a different place in a different story, so I feel like to kind of break things up a bit. And also, so I try to like think like most editors and like publishers will read the first 3 chapters, and if they want to keep the book, they will decide off of those 3 chapters whether or not to initially reject or accept it. So I kind of want chapter 3 to stay chapter 3, just so like the character that was introduced in that chapter is still being introduced. If that makes sense. And then if the publisher wants me to change it back, I can do that, but just to make sure, that they get like the full picture before saying no.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it was otherwise productive. I also like rewrote a small section. This chapter I honestly wasn't super happy with after my second draft, but like I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do with it, and so I'm kind of glad I took some time away from it, because like now I'm seeing like what exactly I don't like about it, and kind of making changes that way. And one of the things I didn't like was I wait till like the very end of this massive chapter to have a character introduce himself, and so like I'm tired of just calling him like the man, so I'm like, I gotta figure out like how we're gonna introduce him, but like like it's an action-packed chapter where like they're kind of in a crisis, so like why would he say his name in a crisis? So I kind of have like this slightly slower part where they boarded this ship and they're not sure if they're alone on the ship because they're being attacked by pirates. And so they're exploring to make sure it's completely empty, and so he takes a moment to be like, hey, like, this is my name, and like the other character's like, oh, okay, like, why are you telling me this? And he's like, just in case things go wrong, like, just so you can make sure my body gets back to my people, so like you know who I am. So I'm like, okay, like I feel like that works. So that was like the thing I was working on while you ladies were chatting.
Cool.
Nice.
So, I continued a little bit Robin into the Wicked King, and I'm still having a good time.
Yes, like
Yeah.
it. I love to hear it.
Yay!
Yeah,
How far are
I'm
you?
pretty happy.
How far are you into it now? I know you just started it the other day.
Yeah. Again, I only read a little bit like 2 days ago. But it's nice because like during that time, yes, I was reading, but I was also annotating. So far I have 6 or so annotations. So I've been like pausing, to write it down. But so far so good. I'm on chapter 2. So prologue, chapter 1, finished those. Now it's at chapter 2. And I had gotten up to chapter 3. That's when I stopped last time. So yeah, like it's going pretty good. And even that first time, like I said, I think I only stopped because we were in the middle of moving and I just kind of forgot about it,
Right.
So it wasn't even
Yeah.
that it was like being bad, So, but I think it's a good time to get into this book because it does seem pretty good. And that's why, like, I do need like things to be kind of established. Like, yes, some of the names, character, creature names are a little bit like, huh? What? What's that?
Yeah.
Places, but at least part of it I'm already familiar with. Like, I really need to know the things already. Like, I don't really like going in blind,
Yeah, no, I totally get it. That's why fantasy can be a little hard for me sometimes because
Yeah.
there's a lot to like learn before you can like get into the story and really fully understand the story.
Mhm. So, Joharra, once you finish this series, what do you want to do then? Like, what are you going to read next?
After I finish the series I'm currently reading, I'm going to go to the library. Because I need to get Animorphs and The Shadow of Kyoshi.
Nice.
Nice. You should see if you can do a buddy read with Morgan if they're gonna be reading Shadow of Kyoshi too. That would be cool.
Yeah.
Or is Morgan already reading Shadow of Kyoshi? I forgot
Well,
which
she's
one.
reading.
I
She's
suppose
gonna read
she's
The
reading
Rise of
Rise of
Kyoshi. It says.
That's what I thought. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Totally. So, I think because I haven't done movie night either for the Summer Splash. I did do the Summer Agent Pretty, but I don't count it because it's not movie night. My plan still is to watch the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. It's kind of like just gonna be like, let's see. Like, if I decide to like stop watching in the middle of it, maybe I will watch Soul Surfer, do a rewatch. But I feel like I've watched it so many times. I mean, it's a good movie, but I've watched it so many times. It's a little like I want something new, but that might not happen. So I'll have to see. But obviously that's a good one. And yeah, like in that video, I think her name's Sally, right? She's the one who made the prompt. The readathon, she was saying, yeah, like to make it fun for movie night, like, bring your friends. I don't have any friends to bring from here, but
Aw.
maybe like, I'll get some snacks, cuddle up, do something fun,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, get like your favorite snacks or I did like I think last month I like a self-care day where I got myself like a fancy charcuterie plate with like French imported cheese and like figs and all like really nice stuff. And I
That's
just like
cool.
ate it and watched a movie, and it was super fun. So yeah, maybe not that you have to get a charcuterie plate if you're not into that, but like get like snacks that you really really love,
Yeah.
and like your favorite drinks, and just make it. Wear your favorite pajamas or your favorite cozy outfit and just,
Yeah.
have fun with it.
100%. Yeah. Very excited to do that.
You started talking about charcuterie, and I was like, ooh, snacks.
Yeah, right? Oh my god, I gotta do that again, but I mean, it was a little expensive.
Yeah, it definitely can be.
So worth it though. I needed
Yes.
it.
Yeah, if
Uh,
you get like the good quality stuff, it is very much worth it.
Yeah, I got like it was my first time having this type of cheese. It was called Bon Vivant, and so it's almost like a brie where it's like a super gooey cheese. And like
Mm.
just so creamy and like so rich and like I honestly just ate it with a knife. Like I didn't even put it on crackers or anything. It was so delicious.
nice. I was just gonna say for the Make It Picasso,
Yeah.
I definitely want to do that one, but I feel like this book, because like I said, it's either I'm gonna draw something or I'm gonna do like a book trailer or like film a segment of a scene or something. But I feel like for The Wicked King, that wouldn't really work because
Mm.
fantasy is kind of hard to do. So I might not do that one. Maybe I'll just try to find one of those contemporary ones whenever I get to it, and then I'll do something regarding that because it would be hard with fantasy. I mean, technically you could draw, but it could be hard.
Mhm.
And now, even though I have my own way of seeing the characters, I've seen so much fan art of Jude and Carden and some of the characters where it's like
Yeah.
I can't really see it in my own vision anymore, so it wouldn't work. But I definitely want to do something.
Yeah, that prompt was super fun, so I'm excited to see what everyone does for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't yeah, it was really cool. It was a cool video to see what you were doing, Robin.
Thanks. I had a lot of fun making it. I want to do another like video of that again sometime, but not
Mhm.
this month though.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, how is that short story of yours going?
I haven't worked on it at all since we talked last night just 'cause like I don't know, I'm still like thinking everything over. I still haven't really figured out like how I want to write it. Like I do kind of want to write like a bit like of her childhood and like maybe a bit of like her teen years and then like maybe her as a young adult. Maybe her as like an adult or like even like an old lady too could be cool. So yeah, I'm just like I'm having a hard time envisioning it. I just have all the ideas. Um and especially with short stories, I kind of need to know what I'm doing with it, but also like I'm supposed to like call with my editor sometime this week, so I wanted to talk to him about it too and get his input on what he thinks about it. Um, so I've kind of put it aside, and so far I've been like really enjoying editing my book, which is rare. So I'm trying to move forward with this.
Awesome.
So I can actually achieve my goal of having another draft done this year and
Yeah,
yeah, moving forward with it.
that's
Nice.
cool. I was just gonna say, like maybe what you could do, and the reason I say this is that was kind of something that this is what I'm about to say is a part of like A Year to the Day that kind of did that, and sometimes stories do it for the structure of a short story. Maybe you could do like a chapter each for like the childhood or her teen years or something.
Yeah.
But obviously, you're gonna have to see like what comes to mind. So how do you write? Do you write like what you see as chronologically, or do you kind of like write whatever spurts you can think of, and then you kind of put it together with the book?
Yeah, I feel like I have more success when I write chronologically.
Yeah.
So that's just how my brain works specifically. But yeah, I was thinking, yeah, like writing a section of like childhood, like a chapter almost, but smaller because it is a short story. Um, but yeah, I also like considered like I might do like a like how To Kill a Mockingbird is like written as like an adult scout, like looking back on her childhood. I'm almost thinking like, okay, maybe I'll write it as, the main character is like, you know, an old lady and like
And
recalling her
she's recounting
childhood.
what happened.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
might do that. Because I feel like that would give me a little more like pliability of like I can jump around a bit rather than
Yeah.
going, okay, like yeah, this is her as the youngest age and like her at the oldest age. So
Yeah.
that's just some ideas I've had so far.
Cool. So, you were saying you have your book that you're working on. So is this like a full-length novel?
Yeah, this one is my space opera that's like I think 140,000 words long it ended up being.
Okay.
So massive, like the longest thing I've ever written. I don't usually write books, and I've never written one this long. And honestly, like moving forward, I'm like, I have a couple other book ideas, and I'm like, I think I want to write novellas from now on. I don't want to write another book.
Yeah. So, do you want to publish it then?
I do, so yeah.
Awesome! So exciting. We're gonna
Process.
see your name, in the bookstores or on Amazon, whichever
We'll
place
see.
you publish for.
I'm not gonna self-publish. I want to traditionally publish, but then
Nice.
it depends on if anyone wants it. So,
Awesome.
but yeah.
Nice. I remember back when you were first writing it, and I was working on my Jazz Press series, and you and I would just constantly be chatting about our books. I swear, I
Yeah,
knew so much about your story. You knew so much about mine, even though we never even actually read anything. We just knew so much from what we were talking about.
right. Yeah, and that was like the baby stages of this book too. It's
Right?
insane.
It feels like we've been friends for like ever at this point.
Right?
Would you guys want to do another sprint at 30, and we'll go for 30 minutes?
Yeah, that would be perfect. I should make dinner while we're sprinting, so I'm gonna do that probably, and then hopefully get a little more editing in.
Yeah. Well, maybe you could do that Instagram challenge this week. It's the make a drink or some kind of food, inspired by one of your reads. I mean, that's pretty
So
cool.
exciting. Okay, I want to do a drink kind of, but I'm like, I'm gonna make such a bad drink. I feel like.
I'm just so confused by it. I mean, like, I'm sure there's something that can be come up with, but here I was thinking almost like how you were doing with like the different colors. I'm like, what if you just do X, Y, and Z food coloring, or you put like
Yeah.
if you want orange, you put some orange juice. You get some grape soda. Put that in there. I mean, it would be terrible, but at least you'd have different like colors in there mixed in together or something. I don't know if you'd want to drink that though.
Yeah, I have like the most disgusting idea based off of one of my current reads. One of my current reads is post-apocalypse, and they're on a submarine, and they're like starving and dying of radiation poisoning pretty much in this book. So they're like they eat like these like radio like active like poisoned fish is like their main diet at this point. So I'm like I could make a drink that's just like fish oil or like
Oh my
fish
gosh.
sauce. It would be so
Yum.
disgusting. It would be authentic though. I'm like, this is what they would drink in this because they're like
Yeah.
so deprived of resources and like
Yeah.
honestly, like they're like they all have scurvy, like they're all like
Oh gosh.
dying on this submarine. It's been such a wild ride.
I mean,
Yeah.
submarine life is no joke, from what I
Right.
hear.
Especially post-apocalypse, like
Right.
post-nuclear war, submarine life, like it's no picnic. I would not manage well on a submarine. What do you guys think? There's no way I wouldn't feel claustrophobic.
I don't even like to be on a boat. Like,
Mm,
how
Same
can I
mhm.
deal
here,
with a
first.
submarine? You
I'm
know?
terrified of water. I cannot swim
Mm.
and I have a fear of drowning. And so no, thank you. I'm good.
I think I don't think I would feel claustrophobic per se, but I would get bored. Really,
Yes.
really
Yeah.
bored.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely feel the bored thing, but I think also it just kind of sucks where you can't be fully in one place. You're moving around because of the water. I like to
Mm.
be firmly on the ground, you know? And it really isn't anything to do with like any seasickness or anything like that. It's just me personally. I like to be stable on the ground. But
Yeah.
we hit 30, so we'll be back in 30. And Robin, I don't know if you'll be planning on the drink, but you know, at least you can consider it.
They're like, guys, I made fish sauce drink.
Woo!
Yay!
Delicious.
Put some seaweed in it.
There you go. A
Yeah.
little umami. Like just the whole with the ingredients you've listed so far, like the whole thing is umami.
Exactly, yeah. Who doesn't want to have a savory drink?
Right.
All right.
All right.
So we'll be back at top of the hour, guys.
Happy
Happy
spring,
reading and
everyone.
rating. All right, how are your sprints?
I have written down a few more ideas. There's 4 different storylines going on in the book, so I'm breaking it down by each storyline and trying to get the basics down for each one and then figuring out how they all will fit together.
Mm-hmm.
So got some more things down. That's great.
Yeah, nice.
How about you?
I kind of did what Robin was talking about. I had to get some food, so
Yes.
that's really what I did. Watched a little video, but yeah, I didn't do any reading, but I definitely want to continue with this book. It's just I had to get some food.
Yeah, same. I also grabbed some dinner, and I guess it worked out a little bit because I could eat and just like think at the same time and then write down
Yeah.
things once I was finished. So I didn't have to worry about like typing while dealing with food.
Mhm.
All I did was eat, so that's all I got done.
Hungry time.
Yeah.
I finished chapter 18
Woo!
and barely started chapter 19. That's why I was late, because like I have ideas of how I want to start the chapter, so I was kind of starting that before I lost it and forgot. But yeah, I ended the chapter. Athena was trying to opened a locked treasure chest, and the chapter ended with saying she gasped like at what she saw, so it kind of ends the chapter there.
Mhm.
So, because what she finds is kind of disturbing.
Mhm.
A head. A severed head.
Oh gosh.
No, but I mean it's along those lines of disturbing.
Is it another sort of body part that is just...
Sort of.
Oh no! Okay, I'm in the right.
She finds a bunch of jars of hearts. Human hearts.
Ooh. Ooh, creepy.
So naturally, she's a bit disgusted.
Of
Yeah.
I
course.
can't imagine why.
Yeah.
It's another day.
Mhm.
She needs to get over it.
Right?
This is Realm of Monsters, right?
Mhm.
Don't they eat like human flesh or something in
Oh
this
my
book?
gosh.
Oh gosh.
Wait, what? Say that
Don't they
again?
eat humans in this book? The monsters?
Uh, not. I mean, they kind of and kind of not. Like, they don't kill, but like they after someone dies, they kind of take that body and cut it up and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh
yeah,
my
it's just like it's like opening the box and finding a bunch of jars of pickles, essentially. Like,
Athena's the only character in here that's not actually a monster.
oh, okay, so for her it's disturbing. If it was a monster, it's just like, yeah, pickles. Like,
Mhm.
what, you don't like them? Like, okay, they're not for everyone, I guess.
So yeah, so it's kind of ironic that she's the one that ends up finding it.
Yeah.
One thing I want to do is this is just like a goal for myself is I want to now I know the Spanish Love Deception, I finished that a couple months ago, but I never fully wrote down all my notes in one place, so I want to finish that up. So I have my notebook. I'm doing annotations for The Wicked King, but I also have annotations from a few books I've read in the past, so I definitely want to finish that up. So at least that'll be like fulfill a writing goal of writing a little bit of something today or something. So
Yeah.
maybe that is what I will aim for, but I definitely want to do some reading more. So whenever our next sprint is, I either will read or I'll finish up my notes. Probably read, but I definitely want to aim for finishing up those notes.
Nice.
this is a bit random, but I wanted to share because Robin, you talked about like fish sauce.
Yeah.
The reason I was late today was because I am trying my hand at making my own kimchi. And so
Ooh.
I don't know if you guys have had kimchi or like it.
I've eaten kimchi, yeah.
I love kimchi, and this one isn't cabbage based, but it's made with radish instead.
Oh, that's my favorite
A fair,
kind.
yeah, I really like that kind too. So and it's kind of simpler, I think, the process of making it. So
Is it? I've never made it before. I've gotten it before.
right,
When I've been out.
I think it's easier than cabbage kimchi. Like it takes a little less working with the vegetable, and then I don't think it has to ferment as long either.
Really?
Um,
Interesting. I wonder why.
I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with like it's as a radish, it's um like
Absorbs more or
structure.
something?
Yeah, is a bit different than the cabbage. Anyway, um, so I was trying to get that done, and it's a bit time dependent, so I didn't want to leave it sitting too long without me stuffing it into the jar. Um, so I was like, this is gonna take a little bit.
Well, you had to finish your kimchi.
I did have to finish the kimchi.
Understandable. That's really cool though. I've never, like I said, I've never tried making it before. It's just something I've gotten when I've gone out to eat.
Mm-hmm. We'll see how it turns out, and I'll check tomorrow how it's going, and if not, then maybe I'll be ready Thursday.
Yeah, how long is it supposed to take to ferment?
One recipe said 24 hours, and then another one said you could do
Really quick.
like 1 to 2 days.
Yeah.
So I'll see what it's doing uh tomorrow, and if I don't think it's ready yet, then I'll go for like another half day or another full day or something.
Nice.
Nice.
Sounds like fun.
It was pretty fun. I learned something new, and hopefully, I mean, I'm sure there'll be some bumps in the road as I try more things, but hopefully this will turn out good because I love kimchi.
What's your favorite way to have it? Because I've mostly had it on, there's a place that does like Thai tofu tacos.
Oh,
So
that
that's
sounds
my
really good.
favorite. It is so delicious. So it's like fried tofu, uh like the radish kimchi, a peanut sauce, and then cilantro, and then they give you like limes that you can squeeze the juice on it, and it is so delicious.
Right. That sounds really good.
Right?
I think my favorite way would have to be in like just like in a stir fry or a soup, like or with like bibimbap or something like mixed in. I just kind of like it mixed into things, and I'll eat it by itself too, just like very readily. But I like it mixed into things as well.
That's interesting. I've always had it like fresh. Like I mean
Hmm.
like it's fermented, but I don't it's never like cooked into something. It's like garnished with it.
Yeah, I guess that's what I mean more. I guess like
Yeah.
you cook your stir fry and then just put some kimchi on top and just like stir it
Oh,
in.
okay. That makes sense. That's interesting. Yeah. Because like all I can think of is like just like really like stereotypically buffalo stuff that's just like I said, like the Thai tacos, like these like fusion cuisine stuff that's like that's not the traditional way to use kimchi, but it's still very good. I have no idea. I'm trying to update my story graph because we're using story graph for my buddy read, and I don't know how to update my progress.
Mm.
Oh no.
That
I
reminds
don't
me of
understand the site at all. Oh, maybe this? Okay, I think I found it. Never mind.
okay.
I'm just bitsy today, I guess. Okay.
Oh,
Alright.
Joharra, I have gotten. I'm I'm kind of trading between reading the same series I was reading last time, and then also your book.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
Ooh.
I'm in the first Jasmine Perez book, and I got shortly after the part where she has that dream with her friend there. Like kind of toward the beginning, she got like hit
Oh,
by a shooting
yeah.
star or whatever it was, and then she's just woken up from that.
Nice.
Yeah,
I hope you like it.
I am enjoying it so far. I know. So I got it on Kindle Unlimited quite a while ago. Had and then I remember you said you were working on like updating it or polishing it a bit. Like, have you finished that, or should I just keep
Yeah.
reading the version I've got?
Yeah, I finished that.
Okay. So then maybe I should re-download it or like update it to get the
Yeah.
most
I
updated
fixed
version.
like the writing style of it. Made
Okay.
it look better.
Okay. Cool. Then I'll update that so I have the latest edition.
That's really cool though, and exciting that you're reading her book.
Yeah,
Yay.
I hope you like it.
I think I will. Well, I mean, I am liking it. I think I will continue to.
So I did do a little bit writing this morning. I was working on the Vicious Militants, and when I was writing it, I have this it's kind of a betrayal scene planned for this series. Like I think at the end of the first book, I have it planned for, and then I started thinking because I have a betrayal scene planned for the Skeleton Bride series too, a little bit later in the series though, and I also have a betrayal scene in the Jasmine Press series. So I was like, geez, I like betrayal scenes. So I got wondering, do you guys have any betrayal scenes in your stories?
What happens in your life, Joharra, that you're like, I gotta write betrayal scene?
I have no idea.
Let me think. Do you have an answer first, Tabby? Because I gotta think about that one.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Do you have any betrayal scenes in your books?
Oh, it's like I want to say yes, but then I'm like, what's a specific time? Yes. Okay, I just remembered one. My brain's catching up. um. Yeah, I'd say there's a couple at least, and then if my brain would not, just be shut off or whatever, I could tell you more. But there's definitely one. I actually just wrote one recently where um someone like one of the characters is trapped in this situation like it's really bad, but she and a couple other people are hoping they could somehow stop this plan that's happening. And so far they've been kind of working under the radar, but but another character who like has more power and authority kind of walks in on them and disrupts everything and removes that character and puts her in isolation, and it like she's trying to convince her to help them, but this character isn't really hearing it, and uh basically it ends with like I'm sorry, I'm putting you in here for your own protection, like, but obviously it's like, no, don't put her in there, it's stopping them from being the good guys. So that's the most recent one.
Interesting.
The most recent one, she says.
Yeah.
So her books are just like riddled with like you
They're-
can't trust anyone in Tabby's books. They're all snakes.
Definitely can't trust some people, that's for sure.
Well, apparently I have a problem because I have several betrayal scenes planned in different series of mine. So I have a problem.
Who hurt you, Joharra?
Yeah.
Like, um,
But I mean, for me, I think my favorite would be the one I have planned for Skeleton Bride because
ooh.
I feel like that one will be more. I mean, I feel like it'll hurt not just the characters more, but the audience as well, because you because I mean it's a longer series. It's like 6 books I've planned, and it doesn't happen until a little bit further into the series. So it's like
Mm.
by the time the betrayal happens, you trust this character, you like this character, and so it's gonna hurt a lot more. You know. I mean, I
Yeah.
have a betrayal scene in Jazz and Prez. I don't want to spoil anything since Tabby's reading it, but it happens in book 1, and then in the Vicious Militants, that's gonna be a duology. So and you don't know this character that well because it is a side character. Um, and it happens in book 1, so it won't hurt as much either. So I feel like my favorite is definitely gonna be the one in Skeleton Bride, just because it's gonna hurt a lot more for characters and the audience.
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot more of that build up for it, which is cool.
Yeah, I have I'm pretty sure I've talked about this one. It's one I sat down and I just wrote. Like I had a little concept idea and I wrote things down. Unfortunately, like what I wrote down just doesn't work for like the big idea because like I have a big idea for the ending. That's like the big one I'm waiting for. And yeah, there's like the ultimate betrayal and it's gonna be amazing. But obviously I don't want to give anything away. But of course there's not much to give away because I have no idea what story it's gonna be, you know? Still waiting on
I
it.
get that, yeah.
Robin, did you figure out one?
I have like I don't know, like yes and no at the same time, like two potential betrayals, I guess, in this book, but like one's like a very like minor character and like, one of the main characters trusts her and it's not really revealed until like later that like he shouldn't have trusted her, I guess. So I guess that's a betrayal, like I guess that like that's technically a betrayal if it's like oh no, technically like this person's not a good person. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, and then like there's another like more major part in the book, but it's like it's complicated because it's like it's a betrayal, but the person who is betraying the main character isn't actually who you think she is, like very quite literally,
Oh
because of
snap!
sci-fi reasons. We'll just say. Um. So yes, kind of.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting.
I know. I'm sorry. I like completely don't know how to explain it without being like this is exactly what happens, but like they're both kind of like
Yeah.
major plot spoilers, and I'm really trying not to spoil any of those.
Fair enough.
It's like if it wasn't live, I would say like, you know, what it is, but because
Yeah.
we are live, I don't want people to be spoiled,
Yeah,
Ask me
totally
when it's one
understandable.
on one.
That's how I was like trying to be more vague too, and it probably
Me
I don't know
too.
if it's too vague, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
Me too. Because I
practice for
definitely
when
don't
you're
want
interviewed.
sorry.
It's practice for when you get interviewed.
Right?
Yes, exactly.
Don't want to spoil anything. Especially
Right.
since Tabby's currently reading my Jazz and Press series.
All right.
Right.
Apparently, we all like betrayal scenes.
I know, right?
Who's your favorite side character in your current WIPs?
Like probably my favorite minor character just because he has such a fun like attitude is Songjin, and he's a like human who's grown up in space and he's just like really immersed in space culture, and he pretty much just exists to um like antagonize one of my main characters and just be like oh like but like in like a fun teasing way. Um where it's like, oh, I hate you, but like, no, actually, like, you're cool. This is just how I show my affection, you know. So probably he ended up being the most fun to write.
Nice. Do you
How
guys
about
have
you
a favorite
guys?
character?
Right now, I think she doesn't have a super big part, but I have really enjoyed writing her part, where she's like a princess character and she's supporting another character, and she's like kind of like the quiet type, but she's got like a very quiet strength to her, and I'm really enjoying making that come to life. Um, and kind of showing and not telling it, I guess, like people can kind of hopefully figure out what I intend with her, but I don't want to be like she's quiet but strong.
Love a good character like that.
Right. That's what I'm hoping I'll achieve. That's what I'm going for, at least.
Nice. For me, in the realm of monsters, I really like Athena, but I can't exactly say why I like Athena without giving the spoiler of who Athena actually is, because that's a kind of a huge spoiler. But I really love Henry. He's a Cyclops, and he's just such a sweetheart. And there's this one scene a little bit earlier where there was this fight going on, and like, because they kind of get ambushed and get attacked by all these vampires, and then Caleb just kind of walks away to the corner and starts reading.
Well, that's me.
And then afterwards, when they were all having a conversation about it, Henry was literally just reading throughout, and then every so often he would just put in his 2 cents, but he would never take his eyes off the book as he did it.
Nice.
I just love his character.
I also have another character that I've really liked writing where he becomes sort of the low-key MPV when he is there. I like those characters, or MVP, that's what I meant to say.
I know what you meant, yeah.
I figured I was like, wait a second. But it was kind of fun writing his stuff too, because again, it's not like a thing where I'm like, he saved the day again, but more like a more subtle of way of kind of just hopefully the reader will pick up on it and be like, oh wow, he's actually like, you know, kind of low key, the best person ever.
Nice. Do you guys have a favorite relationship you're writing? It doesn't have to be a romantic relationship.
Ooh. Hmm. I do like my one romantic relationship in this book, which is between an android and the ship's AI, which I just think is so fun.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Because I mean they're like I think they're closer to being each other's species than like a human and an android would be, so I feel like they really hit it off because of that. Like they kind of just understand each other. So that has been so fun and sweet to write. But my favorite like non-romantic uh I don't know. I feel kind of shitty not having an answer for that. Do you have any answers for that, Tabby?
Um, so for a romantic relationship, I kind of like all of them, honestly, but I think my favorite would have to be uh the main character's romance. Like this, it's a bit of a roller coaster, and it's kind of fun yanking people like back and forth. Like, you know, when you're reading a book and you're like, I don't like this, all this will they, won't they, and being yanked back and forth, and now I get to be the writer, and I'm like, but otherwise, like for a non, uh, for like a friendship, or even like actually I think I really like um a parent and child relationship. There's a lot of those in the books, and one of them I like because it's very wholesome.
Oh,
Um
yeah.
and kind of has like some personal significance to me as well, like some things of um just related to my life. But then another one I like because it had a lot of growth in it, I guess. Like there were some rocky points, but that both characters have learned some things about how to deal with each other, and unfortunately it was only through extreme hardship that they learned this, but I think it will end up with them having a much more like fulfilling or like open sort of relationship where they can actually like be, like real with each other, or like connect more deeply or whatever. Um
Nice.
So it won't like I don't think it'll fully come to fruition till the end, but there's been a lot of growth so far that I've really liked watching happen.
That's
Nice.
really
And then for
cool.
friendship, um it hasn't been like it's been hard to develop really, really fully just because the characters haven't been together for a while, but
Yeah.
there's a friendship between the main character and someone else where everyone thinks that they like are supposed to it was supposed to be a love triangle involving these two people and then one other person. But I was like, that was never my intention. It's definitely meant to be just a friendship, and because like they're both the type they're not really the type that would mesh romantically, so they really like each other as friends and count on each other, and um can kind of like just be relaxed and real with each other, which I like.
Nice.
Um, and not have to worry about like romantic stuff or any other things.
Yeah.
So I like that relationship. It's the main character and uh another character's brother, and it just like everyone's like, oh my gosh, there's a love triangle. There's gonna be a love triangle. I'm like, no, there's not gonna be a love triangle.
You're like, when are
I
they
don't I
gonna
don't
get
like love
together?
triangles. We're not doing love triangles.
Same. Okay. I'm a little afraid that people are gonna see in my Jasmine Press story think there's gonna be this love triangle between a few characters. And I'm like, no, that was never the intention.
Right.
But for the Realm of Monsters, for me, I think I do love my favorite romantic relationship is probably between Callista and Roxanne. They're a vampire werewolf sapphic relationship, and there's a lot of tension between vampires and werewolves, so there's that. Um, and there's this two of the main characters, Isabella and Henry, are their siblings. I mean, Isabella's a witch, and Henry, as I said, is a Cyclops, but Henry was adopted, and their mom is on here, Astoria, and they are all really close. And Callista has practically known this family for generations. You know, she's a lot older than them, and so she's kind of part of the family as well. So there's this whole family dynamic between the four of them that I love. But I especially love Isabella and Henry's sibling relationship they have going on. It's really nice.
Siblings are great. I guess that's another one. Yeah. There's so many different types of relationships, and they're can be so
Yeah.
cool in different, unique ways.
You guys want to do another sprint here in a minute?
Oh
Somebody's
yeah.
already after.
I was just working on adding to the casual readathon because it's going from June 1st to August 10th, and I was kind of like, hey, I read at least a couple books in June. Like, how much holds up? And actually, a lot of them. So it's kind of cool, like, to just go with all the prompts. Like, I am not quite done yet, but I already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. At least 10 prompts already have been fulfilled. I'm just
Wow.
like, yay!
Wow.
All right, so we'll go for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll be back. Happy reading or writing.
Happy reading and writing.
Happy spring.
All right, how are your sprints?
Hey, it went well. The audience found out that what they found was human hearts, so that's interesting.
Eek.
And I finished that scene, so I'm moving on to another section of the house because, like, right now, before this big fight with the villain, it's kind of the suspenseful fight leading. It's the suspense. I can't speak. Suspenseful part before the fight. Everyone's split up and they're all searching the house in different areas, and so I'm kind of going to. So I'm showing like each group and what they see and find before the fight. So very suspenseful, very interesting.
Sounds great. You're making progress. I have written down a few more things. I think I'm getting close to having a rough outline for this finishing off the book. Like I know I've written down my beginning points and I know my end point that I want. I just gotta connect the two. So yeah.
Nice.
Cool. So I got a little bit further into the book. There was this cool thing the main character did, you know, it was like really badass. But I totally forgot that because she goes to see this prisoner, and he was like a bad guy in the first book, so he's been taken prisoner. But he still counts as royalty. And so he's like, oh, you know, jailer person that is there, and he already is not a fan of her. And he's like, why don't you, you know, go ahead and, you know, give her a little smack in the face. And then it happens. I was like, oh, I forgot about that. Man, I do not like to see brutality like that. I'm like, no.
Wow. Intense.
Yeah. But yeah, still so far so good.
That's good. Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out what each group finds right now. I figured out what Athena's group found. She found the hearts, obviously. There's like a few different groups. Athena and her group are in the attic. Then there's Isabella and Henry, who's in the second story of the house. There's Eric and Jeremy, who's in the first story of the house, and then Kalisa and Roxanne, who go to the basement. And the Kalista and Roxanne part will be last because it's going to be kind of traumatic for Kalista because all the memories and stuff from her time being tormented by him. But I'm trying to figure out what everyone else finds. I haven't come up with any ideas yet. But I'm getting there.
Cool. So this is your book, Joharra?
Yeah, The Realm of Monsters.
Nice.
It's about Realm of Monsters. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till I start editing before I change this, but I already know I kind of want not exactly change the beginning, just add into it. I guess there's a few things I want to change. Now that I'm thinking back to it, but I'm gonna wait until I get to editing before I actually make those changes. I don't even know what I want to change yet. Anyways, I'm gonna have to wait until I read through it. Anyways, I just know that there's a few things that I do want to change from the very beginning. So that's gonna be fun once I get to editing.
Yeah.
Tabby, is there anything you know you want to change yet, or are you fine with how everything is?
I do have a running list of things that like to uh keep in mind as I'm editing
Ah, nice.
and revising. Like, I think right now the story, I don't think there's anything in the story um or concept that I want to change, but I do want to add in details here and there. Um I want to make a few things more consistent, probably like some mechanics of like the magic system.
Yeah,
Um oh, there was one thing there was like a chapter I wanted to revise more heavily so far. But other things are like more minor at this point. I haven't noticed anything that I'm like, "Oh, I really need to like flush this out or cut this down or something like that."
nice. Yeah, there's a few things I think I need to flesh out. Um, I was when I first started writing this, I was more worried about like getting into the story, but I think I kind of glossed over a few things, and I know I want to kind of expand more in the world and stuff at the beginning that I didn't do. So I need to fix that once I get to editing.
Mhm.
Mhm.
How long does editing usually take you?
Um Editing, like content editing, doesn't take too long usually. I'm usually able to get that done probably in a couple weeks. Cuz to me the hard part is getting the ideas down on paper, and then revising it isn't hasn't been too difficult so far. Doesn't mean I won't hit any road bumps in the future, but and then proofreading takes a little bit longer. Where I proofread, and then I have somebody who then also proofreads just to have that double check. And then of course later on I'll like open my book to a random page and be like, "Oh, there's a typo." Anyway, so I guess not too long, definitely not as long as writing it. Um I know some
True.
people tend to be very thorough or detailed with their editing, but I usually go through it pretty quick, for better or worse.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people say how they like the first draft they completely hate the story, so they end up changing like almost everything. Me,
Yeah.
I actually, but when I finish the first draft, I am pretty content with it. I might have some things I want to change or fix, but
Mhm.
they're usually pretty minor. The overall story I actually usually love when I'm
Mhm.
finished, so I don't have to change everything like I hear a lot of people say they have to. But I think I'm almost done writing the story. I mean, I think I'm getting there. I don't think I'm as close as being done as you are, but I definitely think I am getting there. So exciting.
Yeah, that is exciting.
Yeah, I think I can get this book done and published by the end of the year,
Cool.
which will be fun. Yeah. The hardest part for me will be having to find better readers.
Mhm.
Didn't you, Tabby? Didn't you a while ago say there was a way to find better readers on Goodreads?
Yeah, you can. There's a forum there that is centered around finding either free beta readers or paid beta readers. You can post in either one. You can post in both, depending on what you want. And you just give like a brief description of your book and the word count, and someone will either reply to your thread, or they might like private message you. Um, yeah, and then
Interesting.
And then you have a beta reader. I haven't run into this problem, thankfully, but some people do, where the beta reader like ghosts them or something. Like they'll start reading it and then just not say
Oh
anything, or
wow.
like drop it without giving a reason why or whatever. Um, and thankfully, I've never run into that. Sometimes I think you'll usually find like an average beta reader who will just read the story and tell you what they think, and then some people go above and beyond and like provide detailed commentary, or like even might do a little bit of proofreading or something. Um, I think everyone I've had through Goodreads has provided really constructive feedback. I know that isn't always the case. I've just been lucky, I think. Some people might be like, I really hated this story, and that they might still be constructive. And then other people might be like, not be able to provide very cohesive feedback. But I haven't had any issues with that. I've always had success with favorites. There's also people you can swap with people, like you read their story and they'll read your story and then
Oh,
give
nice.
feedback. So that's always a possibility. It might help you, like if you're looking for somebody on there and you say I'm willing to swap a story, like that might entice people more to uh, be your beta reader if they get something out of it too.
Nice. Interesting. Thanks. I'll have to look that up.
So are you still, Joharra? Are you still? Because I know I saw your summer slash readathon first week vlog. Are you still going to do that for this week too?
Yeah.
Have you started yet?
Yeah, I have.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gotta be exciting. Got that thing going. I think I'll do what Robin was talking about that she would do. Like I said, I have my document where I've like been detailing what I've been doing every day. But I think I'll do what she was saying. Like she'll do like an end. Once it's like the end of it, kind of wrap up everything, say what all went down. So
Yeah.
I'll see about that.
Nice. Yeah, whenever I participate in readathons, I usually do like a reading vlog each week and let you know how my reading went, how well I actually, checked off the prompts and stuff.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
I've been really meaning to, because today and yesterday I was intending to make a new video. It didn't happen, but I definitely want to do that. Hi, Robin! Welcome back!
Welcome back.
Hi. I didn't want to interrupt you, so you can finish what you're saying.
I already forgot what I was talking about, so it's fine.
I kind of finished the chapter. I'm not super happy how I ended it. But I ended up cutting like a whole page of like content and like rewrote and like only used like a couple different like parts here and there from that original page I cut that I wanted to use. So I'm a lot happier with how it turned out, but still I feel like I like to, like end my chapters well, and it just like I don't know. I don't like how I ended it, and I'm not sure what else to do to end this chapter. So, but I'll deal with that another day, I guess. So I
Yeah,
just want to move on to chapter 3, I think. So,
well, that's exciting.
but yeah,
We got that going on.
I'm productive.
So I was just sharing with Tabby and Joharra that I read Martha the Wicked King. And again, this is the chapter. This is the last chapter, like that I read. But honestly, like I really don't remember any of this. But she did something because she has to go to see this prisoner, and she does the thing because like the person is trying to intimidate her, and of course she like kind of has a blade, as a threat, and it's like, oh, that's so badass because she's only a mortal in this world of fairies, so it's like kind of a tough
Oh.
situation to be in. And she used to have a protection from her like stepdad, but that's kind of based on the fallout of the last book. It is a little like she doesn't have that protection anymore, so it's a little bit of a complicated situation. It's really rough for her. She's kind of in danger all the time now. But so she goes to see this prisoner. This prisoner, he was the one who did the full attack in the last book, but he was still royalty. So he says, to the prison guard who's bringing her up there, and he doesn't like her. He does not appreciate whatever. He was the one trying to intimidate her. And so the prisoner says to him, oh, well, I still am a prince of fairy. Why don't you go ahead and smack this girl? And he just does it, and I was like, no, I don't like that kind of brutality. I'm not down with it. So I was like, oh, I forgot about that. No, I really don't like slaps.
Yeah. Oof.
But that's where I am now. But I'll get to chapter 3. I don't think it'll be too long, but I can't say for sure.
Yeah. Well.
Nice. Yeah, well, I got to the part where the audience finds out that they found human hearts. Because the chapter kind of left off with the cliffhanger of Athena.
Oh, that's right.
So you find out that they found human hearts, and I finished that scene. And this entire chapter is like very suspenseful because it's like leading up to the fights with Caleb. They're all in this like really dark and creepy house. I described it as being taken right out of a horror movie.
Mm-hmm.
And they all split up to try to see what they can find, if they can find Caleb or whatever, or one of his vampire minions. So it's very suspenseful because they all split up, and it does have this horror movie vibe about it. So
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good idea to split up in a horror film, though.
Well, these are immortal monsters, so it's a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to head out. I've got a few chores I got to finish up, and I'm very happy with what I've gotten written down. So I really appreciate the time set aside to help me focus on planning a little bit instead of just kind of sitting at a computer in front of my TV. So I will catch you ladies next time. Thank you so much for hosting,
Yeah.
Tiffany. It was a joy to
Yeah.
see all you guys here.
Awesome.
Thanks so much
Well,
for joining us.
Have a great
Oh,
time with
thank
your
you.
chores as much as you
Hell
can.
yeah. All right, we'll talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And then there were 3.
Right.
Yeah.
The 3 amigos. So yeah, I am pleased that I did do the get lost prompt today, but yeah, I was pretty let down by it. I don't know what I was expecting. It's not that I have really gone to college places. I've been to 2. One, that was like all it was. So it was a pretty nice campus because it was like there weren't too many places you have to drive around. It was just we kind of walked around and it was pretty nice. But of course, I did get to tour around. And then the other one was a school in Chicago, and it was really nice. But of course, it was downtown in the city. So I was like, oh well, in a normal one, it's got to be more chill. No, it's just buildings are around, and obviously there are places to drive. I don't know. It was just, I was let down, but I'm excited. I'm hoping tomorrow that I will hit some places. But it was a bummer because you know how I'm planning on at least taking a trip to the gym?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I happened to see a Planet Fitness as I was headed home, but I was like, no, I can't stop. I have to get back home for my reading sprint.
Well,
But
maybe you
you
could
know,
do that tomorrow then.
yeah, exactly. So I'd like to go to some places where downtown Tampa. I would like to at least take a drive around there. Maybe hit Clearwater. Maybe like go to some places, like just hop around other places. But yeah, like go to the gym, see what's up. I guess. Can't you just pop in there and just be like, "Oh, hey, I'm just inquiring."
I think so, but I've actually never been to a gym before.
Me
Oh.
either.
But
That's
I
why
think
I'm
it's
like, I
okay
want
if
to
you
know.
go in and you're like, "Hey, I'm interested in joining. I just want to, see what this is about." Though they should be okay with
Yeah,
that,
yeah, cool. Yeah, so I'll
So,
take a look at that. But that should be good. But uh, yeah, I mean, so that is the plan there, and I think I will, even though the Instagram challenge from the 3rd to the 9th already has kind of like, it was the 3rd to the 9th. That's it. I still want to do it because it does sound fun. So I might just do that. I feel like I might just want to draw it because it was recreated or do something you like better. So I misunderstood it when I heard that. I was like, I have to come up with something totally different. No, just recreate it. I was like, oh, I wish I'd known that if I bothered to think about it. But maybe that's something I'll do. And then I do want to do the one. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I will try to do that meal or beverage based on one of your reads. It's like, that sounds like a really cool one.
yeah, it does sound like really fun.
Yeah. I just feel like, I mean, I know it's not the half yet, but it's almost getting to the half of the month. I just feel like so far I am disappointed with how it's gone. And I know that is like a little rough to say, but it's like it just hasn't gone the way I was intending it to. I really wanted to get into this summer groove. It's not hitting, but I
Hmm.
hope maybe once I finish the Wicked King, maybe I'll go to the Queen of Nothing, to the novella that they have. I don't know, but I'll have to see because I would like to be able to read more, do the prompts, have some summer vibes going.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you get anything out of it, it's probably still worthwhile.
Right. And it is cool for us to be like chatting and
Yeah.
talking in our summer splash group chat, about what's going on each time. So Robin, how is book lovers going? Like how much progress have you made?
I've only gotten maybe 10 pages further in it. Again, like it's harder for me to read an ebook. I don't have an e-reader, first of all, so I just read them off of my computer as a PDF file,
Oh really?
which is fine, but I have to be on my computer to do it. And
Yeah.
so usually when I try to read for at least an hour at night, I want that hour to be like off of electronics, so I want it to be a paper book.
Yeah, right.
So pretty much like I will like read, or I've been reading book lovers when it's like, okay, I have like 20 minutes to kill and I'm on my computer already, so I'll pull it up. So yeah, it is coming along a little bit slow, but like I'm still enjoying it. Like, yeah, same thoughts as what we've last talked about, but I haven't gotten much further since we last talked about it.
Yeah.
I read like 5 pages today at most.
Nice. But the good thing is
So,
that you are making progress.
I
I know
am,
I
yeah.
got to the farthest I got was the part, they're there at the place that they're at, and she's going to like the town, she's going into the town to get some food or something. That's as far as I got. But it was hard because I not at all downloaded it.
Yeah.
But it went to Apple Books, and Apple Books doesn't have that great of formatting. Like
Mm.
let's say this is your phone, okay, and
Mhm.
this is the text. So it's
Ooh.
kind of hard to like pay attention to it. Kindle does a much better job of doing it. So it is a little bit like it's hard for me to focus because the formatting is so bad. The layout is so bad. But I hope, maybe I can get more into it later in the month or something, because I still
Yeah.
do want to read it. But it is a little hard that way. Because
You
I
could
was
try
having,
using it
oh,
on
go
the
ahead.
laptop if you wanted. It looks
Yeah, maybe I'll
like
try that.
the formatting is like immaculate on the
Okay.
laptop, so
Yeah, maybe I'll try that instead. I don't know why Apple Books is doing me
I
dirty
don't
like that.
know. I've never used Apple Books, so I'm
Yeah,
not
it just happened to
familiar
only
with it.
download there, so I was like, okay.
Yeah, but yeah, that would be cool if you give it a try.
Yeah, right.
Or another try since you said you've
Yeah,
already started it. Would
yeah.
you start again from the beginning or would you want to pick up from the spot you left off?
I'd have to start from, well, I don't know if I'd want to start all the way back from the beginning. Maybe I'd start back from the chapter because I feel
Yeah.
like I do know, hey, Charlie and Nora meet. They're not a
Mhm.
fan of each other. She's talking to her sister. They're figuring things out. They get on the plane. Like, maybe I'll start from when they get on the plane because I think when she was talking to her sister and meeting Charlie, both of those, I was reading it, from the hardcover and I was just
Mm.
able to absorb it. But obviously, like I said, the layout was doing me dirty, so I wasn't able to pay as much attention. So I think, yeah, I'll start off from that point. But
Yeah.
obviously, that's not too much into the book, so there's still a lot of time to go. Do you feel so far? Obviously, there's so much more of the book to get into, but do you feel so far? Are you seeing this, sister bond? Like, are you enjoying it, or does it really matter to you?
I think what's mainly driving me about the sister bond, that's driving my interest in the book is, I have a prediction of something that's gonna be revealed, that I think the sister and it's kind of suggested that the sister is going through something, and I think I know what it is that the sister's gon has been going through. Um, so I'm really interested in, okay, so when is the sister gonna tell her about it? Because like, I like being proved right when I have a prediction like that, so for me,
Yeah,
I'm, like, super interested in that aspect. But other than that, it's I'm not, like, overly impressed, I'm not like, "Oh, yeah, this is the best, like, book depicting, a sister bond I've ever read." But at the same time, I don't feel like the sisters being, like sidelined entirely, like the best friend character usually ends up in a romance.
yeah.
So I do think like there is a decent balance there.
Do you feel that the romance is being put to the side, or do you think it is like fairly front and center?
I kind of think the romance is front and center, but this is coming from someone who doesn't read a lot of romance. I think if I did read a lot of romance, it might seem like, oh, this doesn't seem like it's about romance as much, but like it's the romance plot is very obvious to me. I knew as soon as Charlie was introduced, I'm like, this is the love interest, you
Yeah,
know? I could tell immediately.
yeah.
Um,
Speaking about when he gets introduced, what I liked about it, because I made a note on it. Now, again, you could have a different interpretation, but because of how many romances I've read, whether it be teen romances or adult romances, a big thing that they do when they describe the male love interest, they like describe him as if he's this perfect guy, no
oh,
faults whatsoever, like
I
so
hate
much
it.
about him. And I felt like Emily Henry, she did a good job with him. He's just some guy.
He
I
feels like a
appreciated that,
person.
you know?
And I feel like I've read like not strictly romance, but like young adults like books that have a central romance plot, and it drives me up a wall every time this happens when the male love interest is introduced, and it's just like they describe him as if he like walked out of like an Abercrombie like
Yeah,
ad, that he's like super ripped and like he's like this beautiful like Greek statue or something, and I'm just
yeah,
like, dude, like I would like it feels like the like male version of like talking about a female character's boobs and like like her body and just focusing on the body, which isn't cool, and we can all agree that isn't cool. So why are we doing that to the men? Like why are we ogling him? I don't get it. Plus, like, just reading a description like that doesn't be like, "Oh, yeah, like, that person's so beautiful, like, I'm so attracted to them." I don't give a hoot. Like, I wanna know who this character is, like, not what they look like so much. Like, it's nice
Yeah.
to have a little descriptor to kind of, like, help you picture them, but I did feel like the way she described Charlie's appearance is just like, "Yeah, this sounds like a normal guy," and I really appreciated that.
Yeah, like I know it's a little bit of dialogue. It barely. I don't think it really spoils anything. But if you'd rather not know, okay,
Oh, you
you're
can
good. Okay. So basically, like, it's the fact that like neither of them are like the normal hero or heroine in a
yeah.
story. They uh are unlikable. Like they're not. Like maybe they're damaged, whatever. I forget exactly what the dialogue was, but it was something around that degree. How like, oh well, you're not perfect for him, but you're perfect for me, or something like that. And it's like, yeah, like the fact that stories act like, oh, an unlikable or undesirable person is undesirable or unlikable to everyone, which isn't the case. And you shouldn't be wanting to be desired by everyone, you know?
It's
Like,
not a realistic thing to want because someone
yeah,
isn't gonna like you. That's just reality.
yeah, exactly. So that's what I like that, it is kind of going in that territory. But I am a little concerned. Again, the small town romance of it, like small towns. I don't like it. So I don't know.
I feel like the way she's been like depicted in the small town is very much like a deromanticization of it, or she's like,
Yeah,
oh, like look at like this ugly store and like this weird named like shop, and it isn't like I would assume the trope is usually that like, oh, the small town, it's so charming. Um but I also like the way that she describes the city. I'm not a city person, but I like that she kind of takes time to like romanticize it and be
yeah,
like, here are some like mundane realities about the city that are really beautiful. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I can understand that, even though
yeah,
I'm not a city person at all.
totally. Well, that's a cool way of looking at it. Yeah,
Yeah. So it's interesting so far. I like what she's doing with it, I think. I
yeah,
don't think I'm gonna, like, read everything she's ever written after I read this
yeah,
book, but, like, I do like it just, like, for let's read something different for once, you
yeah,
know?
exactly. Yeah. I mean, she's only written the two other books, but obviously those are, like I said, um, according to everyone, that's like very romance heavy. Like that's like the point of it. I mean, I think it's still contemporary style, so it is still like there's still like self actualization things about the characters that they have to figure out for themselves. But obviously, the main focus is the romance.
Nice.
So, Joharra, are you I forget there was something on Twitter they were talking about for Percy Jackson. But are you looking forward to that to reading it? Why do I keep on saying every time I'm trying to say reread, I say read, and every time I want to say read, it's reread.
Yes, I'm very excited to read Percy Jackson.
Nice, nice. Yeah, I definitely want to get some videos going. The last time I did one, what day is today? The
The
12th.
12th.
Yeah, so it's been a fair number of days. So I want to do that. It's just it hasn't happened, but I definitely want to. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'll do it like how it is here with my webcam, because then I'll be able to read my answers because what's going to happen is if I do it normally is I'll do this every time. I have to keep bringing my phone up. But then again, sometimes the audio isn't too great for the actual video, so I'm a little like, not sure. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll have like the camera going and it'll just pick up the audio. I'll see about it. Gonna have to choose.
Nice. So, Robin, how's your moving plans going?
Not good.
Not good.
I don't know what else to do because like everything I'm trying isn't working out. So yeah, I don't
That
know.
sucks. I want to move to Salem, but when? I have no idea.
Yeah, there's step one is just thinking that.
Step 2 is getting the money. Also trying to
That
get a job.
too. Do you have any savings, Joharra?
No.
Yeah. So yeah, step one is get some savings, but it's doable. You know.
So, Robin, do you have a destination in mind?
I want to move to the desert. I am having a hard time getting housing. Is literally the only thing holding me back. I have like work pretty much figured out,
Nice.
but I
Cool.
like cannot find a place or like
Right.
I play like no places will like accept me, which is stupid.
Why?
Well, first of all, I'm moving alone, so I have a very limited budget.
Right.
So, like, most of the places I can't afford. And then, other than that, there's kind of just been like this, like, we don't want outsiders attitude where it's like we want proof that you've been working in the area for like 6 months. I've encountered
Oh
a
my
lot, and I'm like,
gosh.
I
Wow.
have a job like in the area. Like, I am like not gonna like move there and like freeload. Like, I am gonna work, but it's just like I don't know, so impossible.
Yeah. It seems like they're having. Yeah. That sounds pretty rough out there
Yeah,
too.
it's been super frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that does sound frustrating. Yeah, when I told after I decided I was gonna move to Salem because my mom and I were talking about it, and I was kind of just ranting to my mom about how awesome Salem seems from what I found out about it, and then I told Alyssa soon after, and she her response had me laughing. She was like, "What made you, Miss? I'm never gonna move out of Illinois. Decide to move to Salem." Because I always said that after I moved back to Illinois, I was like, I'm never leaving Illinois again.
Yeah.
But then, I love Illinois. I do. I feel that's a very unpopular opinion because a lot of people don't like Illinois, especially people that grew up here. But uh, but Salem, first of all, it's all witchy all the time, so I love that.
Mhm.
And it's even colder there than it is here, and I love the cold. And it has a really big, from what I found out, it seems to have a really big pride community, and Illinois
Mhm.
seems to be almost non-existent with the pride community.
Oh, I'm
Dude, I was
sorry.
looking so hard for a pride parade because I've never been to one, and I really want to. Like, I really want to go to a pride parade or pride event of some sort, and it's like the only ones I could find there's very few I could find, and the ones I could find were like 3-4 hours away. I was like, I'm not driving all the way there for a few hours.
Yeah, that is a lot. But are you still gonna vacation um in Salem? Weren't you and your mom gonna go on a trip to Salem?
Not this year. We don't have the money for it right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do want to go to Salem for Halloween. We've been talking about that for a few years now.
Yeah.
because they do this massive Halloween party where they used to hang the witches in the Salem witch trials, and
Yeah.
it sounds like a lot of fun.
Cool.
Let me know when you want me to send you that book. I told you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because we were waiting for me to move. Um, whenever you're ready, it's gonna be like as soon as I find a place, like I still need like 2 weeks before I can move, so I don't know. It's kind of just everything super up in the air, so it's whatever you're comfortable with, Joharra. So you let me know.
Ah, you guys want to do another sprint?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I think this will be my last one for tonight because I am kind of starting to feel
Yeah,
Tired.
it's probably my
like,
last one too.
yeah.
What is that? 43. Okay, I'll be back. Let me change that one. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we'll be back at 12. Happy reading or writing.
Writing. Hello.
Hey, how are your sprints?
Good. Yeah. I what chapter did I just finish? Because I don't remember what chapter I finished. I finished chapter 20. I did add a chapter above, so there's some things I wanted to add, but yeah, I'm done with chapter 20 now, and someone else just might have found something as disturbing as the Jar of Hearts, but it kind of left off at that cliffhanger chapter like I did with the hearts, so you don't know exactly what he found yet. But yeah, so that's fun. These are a few very suspenseful chapters.
Nice. Cool. So I'm almost to the end of chapter 2. I only have a page and a half left. But apparently the reason that she came there to the prison, um, the information that she wanted to find, she's not going to get. And he said that the message I have for the king, I'll give him a different way. He will be finding it soon. I'm like, uh-oh, something bad's going to go down, I think, Hey, Robin!
I caught the end of that. Something bad's about to go down in your book.
Yeah, so, the prisoner guy, he was the prince that messed things over. He's the one who kind of like catapulted everything in the first book. He says, because the whole reason she went there is he had a message for the king. And he says that he's not going to tell her. And so he's going to get the message to the king some other way, and he'll find out soon. And I'm like, oh, something bad's going to happen. But I was explaining I am almost done with chapter 2. I just have a page and a half left, and then I'll be in new territory that I've never read before. So.
Ooh, exciting.
Yeah. So how are your sprints?
I read this time instead because I finished chapter
Cool.
2 and I just couldn't get started with chapter 3
Yeah.
yet. So I read about like 25 pages, I think, of Book Lovers. So
Wow, you are so fast.
it's the writing is really quick for me to read, if that makes sense. She has a very
Nice.
quick flow to her writing.
Yeah. Like when I started reading her book, again, just reading right now is just hard for me. Like I'm going,
Right.
I've always been a slow reader, but even slower now, it is very hard. But yeah, like when I started reading Book Lovers, it is just like the way she's writing is good,
Yeah.
to get through.
Yeah, I said that so the another character is about to find something pretty much equally as disturbing as the Jar of Hearts.
A human head.
More or less, yeah, it's kind of severed body parts, but yeah.
Oh my gosh! Dark!
Oh my gosh.
Yes, this book is getting very dark, and like this was not the intention. I knew it wasn't gonna be like a light, fluffy read. Like I don't usually do like 100% light, fluffy reads. There's like always like all these things happening, and I knew this wasn't going to be it because I mean it's about monsters for crying out loud. But I did not intend for it to be this dark. But that's the way the story is just going.
Yeah.
But it kind of left off at a cliffhanger like the Jar of Hearts did. Like you didn't know what they found. So I haven't actually read when they find out what it is, but I'm like right there.
Nice.
I feel like, I know I am having a good time with The Wicked King. I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that I'm not reading as much as I have the past 2 years, and the year before that, I was definitely reading more than I am right now. But I kind of feel, maybe it's like impatience or something, but I kind of feel like I kind of want to read a book and be done. So I might take a quick pause. I'll get right back to it, but I might, go ahead and read that novella that you sent me, Robin. So I'll go ahead and
Nice.
try out A Song for the Wild Built.
Ooh, I
That way
look
I can
forward
get
to.
into it, read it, be done with it, but also like,
Yeah.
hey, good book. Hopefully, knock on wood.
It's a good book. Whether or not you will like it is something else. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
right, right. I wish I was easier to like things, but I am picky about everything, you know?
Nothing wrong with that.
I know, I'm just saying that it stinks sometimes where I dedicate time and then it's like,
Mhm.
oh, this wasn't worth it, you know. But
Yeah.
so that I think that's what I'll do. I don't know if it's gonna be tonight or tomorrow. But yeah, tomorrow should be fun. Going out, checking out different
Yeah.
places, having a good old time, riding on the town.
Yeah, honestly.
Nice.
I'm
I hope I
excited.
can like vlog and stuff, take pictures and stuff. Because again, I have like a picture and a 30-second video. That's barely anything so far for, you know, the get lost prompt. But I want to do something
Yeah.
fun.
But if you're adding it to your end of the month wrap up or something like that adds up really fast. Like I didn't think I
Right.
had that much footage of like when I made the soap, but like I had like 10 minutes sifted through and
Yeah.
you know a lot I cut out, but like I filmed way more than I thought I would need. Which
Yeah.
is something you might want to think about doing is just film way more than you're gonna need, you know.
Yeah. Get a little something. Yeah. There was this I'm trying to remember what it was. The de-stress-a-thon. I think that was the first readathon I had done. And it's like one of the things was like multiple things, and I was like, oh, how do you do this, like how do you do a vlog? And they're like, oh yeah, you can like with
Oh.
food you want to make whatever. And so we had been making lasagna, so I got like I was doing the angles and stuff. I didn't do anything with the footage. I didn't end up actually really reading anything for the distress-a-thon. But maybe one of these days I'll post that for some sort of vlog. It's like, you don't need to know this food was a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the two readathon, sorry, the reading vlogs that I've done, the two reading vlogs I've done so far is one is just, it was kind of like on a webcam. One, I'm reading it and I talk about it, and just all you see is what I talk about. And the other one was talk and read, like mixing between the two. So you get a little bit of a transition. But I do want to see if I could try, and if I personally enjoy doing the one where they have like different things that they're up to. How they're going out to someplace, spending time with their animal, or making food or something, watching something. You just see them like, you know, film it for like a second to avoid copyright or something.
Yeah. But that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope, again, this readathon isn't over. I still have time to get going, but I'm just saying, like, with what I was hoping for, it didn't quite go as I planned for. But for the tropical readathon next month, I'm hoping maybe I could hit those more,
Can you send me information on that? I don't
Yeah,
think you did yet. And
yeah.
yeah, that's
I can send the image, and then I'll link the Twitter.
nice. Yeah. Because I'm considering doing it. I think I wouldn't mind doing some sort of readathon next month. So
Yeah.
I
I'll
want to
look
check out the
into.
Witchathon.
I might check out Witchathon too, but if it's gonna be all like read witchcraft books or like books about witches, I might be like, oh, like not as into witches as you, Joharra, so it might not be a good fit for me.
True. It might also
Um,
be like these summer splash readathon where there's summary prompts, but not
yeah,
necessarily summary books.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
kind of hoping for. That like there's like a lot of interpretation, like how we do the Monster High readathon, where it's
Yeah.
like instead of do like read with this monster, it's read prompts that are based off of the characters, inspired by the characters.
Yeah.
But that is up for interpretation.
Yeah, exactly. Because otherwise, it would be very limited to be like, okay, read a book about Frankenstein monster, and it's like you gotta read Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. There's not much else to do for that.
Right. I mean,
Okay, why? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, with Frankie, it could always be like read a book with severed body parts. I mean, Frankie stitched up with severed body parts.
I mean, for that, like, I think Claire probably did a Frankie prompt already, didn't she?
Yeah,
The first year she did it.
Yeah, the very first year she did Monster High Readathon, I didn't actually know about it until after it was over that year. I became a co-host the second year, but she did the main ghouls the first year: Frankie, Claudine, Draculaura, Laguna, and
Cleo.
Cleo.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Which unfortunately I missed out on that too. But I think like a cool Frankie prompt would be like read a book with multiple authors who contributed to it, because like, you know, she's a patchwork of different body parts, so like a patchwork of different authors. But
That'd be fun.
we got so many other characters to do. I don't
True,
think we
there's
will cycle back to do Frankie yet.
There's so many Monster High characters like this. It could be a long time before we have to backtrack characters.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I was telling Joharra one time, the only reason I know about Monster High is there was one time, you know, I was over at Party City, or maybe it was Factory Card Outlet at that time. I can't remember, but I was looking for a Halloween costume and I saw Frankenstein. I was like, I'm gonna do that. I never heard of it, but I wanted to do it, so I dressed up as her. But that's the only reason I know about Monster High.
so cute. Oh my gosh.
I'm pretty sure my mom, like, you know, like drew stitches and stuff like that.
That's so awesome.
I kind of want to look and see if I can find pictures of that. I know it's like from forever ago, but I'd like to find it and be like, look at little me, Frankenstein.
That is so cute. I'm jealous. I think by time Monster High came out, I was like 14, so I wouldn't have fit in any of the costumes.
Yeah. When I was 14, because you know, my friends and I, we went trick-or-treating the year before. I didn't do it, and I was like, man, I should have done it. So
Right.
oh wait, no, I did go trick-or-treating at 14, but this is when I was 13. No. Yes. No. I swear. 13. No, I was 13. Yeah. But I dressed up as a vampire. It was pretty cool. You know, I got these fake nails. You know, they had like kind of spider webs. There was like a spider on one, a little like red jewel on the other. But I looked so cool. I was like, yeah.
That's so fun.
Yeah. I loved dressing up for Halloween. It was really fun.
Me too. Favorite holiday, hands down.
For Halloween. It's so much fun.
I don't know if I dressed up last. I did dress up last year though.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I just thought of a cool costume or cosplay idea.
Yeah, what?
And it's Draculaura, but not the main Draculaura we got to know throughout the franchise. It's the Dark Shadow Draculaura from 13 Wishes.
Ooh, that would be cool.
All dark and the heartbeat cracked, and oh my gosh, that would be awesome. That just came to my mind so randomly.
Maybe Halloween costume for this year.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm gonna dress up as this year. I don't know what my plans are gonna be, so.
Yeah.
I usually like to do something kind of dark and creepy.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, like, maybe just for funsies, because I have this, I've been doing it for the past couple of years for Halloween. I got this vampire shirt, so it's just this gray shirt, and it has a grinning smile with fangs, you know?
Oh, cute.
So it's just a little vampire smile. I mean, there's nothing much to it, but it's still just like a cutesy little shirt. I don't, you know, it's not like I'm going to go out and buy a costume anymore.
I tend to make them now.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, like maybe try to cosplay something kind of more normal, you know? Like, I did a really fun one. When I was 16, so I was obsessed with the what was it? Taylor Swift, Look What You Made Me Do. That music video, I was obsessed with it. Like I loved it so much. And so one of the outfits I wanted to do, it didn't work out, so I did a different one, but it was like a nice leather jacket, like leather pants, boots. Oh, I looked so cool. Yeah. I had a little nice jeweled choker. It looked really nice.
That's so cool. That sounds like an outfit I would wear like every day.
Yeah. No, it was so fun. But yeah, like in preparation for all that, I ended up being late, but we still got to trick or treat, so it was good, you know.
Nice.
Yeah, a pretty recent Halloween costume I did over the last couple of years. I still have it. I went to the store looking for Halloween costume. It was kind of late, so it's not like they had that much left. But the title of the costume was Skeleton Bride, and that is the story of how I came up with my WIP Skeleton Bride. On the way home from this Halloween party I went to, I came up with this story idea based off my costume.
That's
That's
cool.
so fun.
Yeah. Back when I was still living in Florida, I went to my friend's Halloween party she does annually, right? And I had this amazing costume. Alyssa helped me with the makeup, but I bought I don't think it was actually Queen of Hearts costume, but it just looked like it. I mean, it looked like something the Queen of Hearts would wear, so I bought it, and I bought like a new pile of playing cards, and Alyssa cut them up and used and like put them on me, and it looked like Racer Cars had cut my skin.
Ooh.
I still have pictures for it. I could show you. I just have to find the pictures. I know I still have them, but
That sounds really cool.
it was all awesome. That was one of my favorite costumes I ever did.
That's cool.
It's getting late.
Yeah, I think I might probably wrap it up, I think.
Me too.
Yeah.
Just because I'm not gonna do any more writing.
Me too. I like finished it right in the perfect place right before we came back.
Right. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm happy with what I got done today. It was super productive.
Awesome.
And yeah. Sorry.
The one thing I would say I am pleased with, considering how little I've read, is the fact that I have been able to like make the videos and stay up to date with what I've read. Like for wrap ups, it's like I made 3 wrap up videos and that's been it. Woo! But it's much better to be caught up than to be missing out on what you could have made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you want to stay on, Joharra, or would we want to end it here?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for the night too.
Yeah, cool. So we'll end it here. To anyone watching, again, reading sprints for Jessica's BookTube Blitz are going to be this Thursday at 7 on my channel. So those are the reading sprints I reached out to you guys about, if you're still coming. So that is the next reading sprint, and then it'll be between one of you guys for the reading sprint next time.
Sure.
I think it's Robin's turn.
Yeah, I can host this Sunday, I think. I think
All
I'm
right,
up to it.
cool.
Awesome.
All right, guys.
See ya.
Have a
Have
good
a good night.
day.
Thank you